I'm a music teacher and I have never heard the Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice soundtrack before in my life, not once ever. So join me as I discover the soundtrack for the very first time, discover hidden connections, learn a little bit about music, and have some fun along the way. Let's get into it with You Quiet Prayer title screen. Let me know how the audio is, chat. Whoa, mysterious, intriguing to start things off. It sounds like something is about to happen and I'm not entirely sure what that something is going to be. Here's what I do know. We were in, I'm gonna call it the key of F. You might disagree and then we can have a conversation about that, but I'm gonna call that the key of F. And what we can hear happening here, it starts off with an F, it's like an F power chord. And then it goes to what's kind of like an A flat in second inversion, excuse me. It's like a, so we've got like an F5, and then it goes to all right, so it's an F5, so we're gonna call this a 1-5. And then it goes to like a E flat 5, which I'm gonna call flat 7, 5, and then that E flat stays as the lowest note and it goes to like an A flat 5, which we call like a flat 3. So maybe this is really F minor. Flat 3, 5, but it's in second inversion, kind of, sort of. I'd call it an inverted power chord. It's where actually the E flat or the flat 7 is actually going to be the lowest note. That's what we're hearing there, and so this is creating a feeling of suspense and mystery. One really cool thing to notice here is that the lowest note of this chord is an E flat. The lowest note of this chord as well is also an E flat. So they share the lowest note, and then just one note changes between these two. So this chord right here, which I'm going to highlight in yellow, sorry if you are colorblind, it's the first thing I highlighted, and the second thing I highlighted, which is going to be in blue, and we're going to have E flat is going to be an E flat note and a B flat note. Whereas in our blue, and let's actually get that color coded there. All right, E flat and B flat we had. Now in our blue, there was an E flat and an A flat together. So it's one note change. It's B flat going down a whole step to the A flat to get the difference between those two chords, which keeps a feeling of sameness, but something changing. Interesting stuff. Let's keep rocking and rolling with this next one. And by the way, chat, let me know, how is the volume of everything? How's the volume with everything? Let me know. Can you hear the guitar clearly, my voice clearly, the stream clearly? And we'll keep rocking and rolling here with Prologue. Oh, not Turnabout sisters, but a foreign Turnabout. Oh my. Oh, so mysterious. Interesting things here. So in this piece, Foreign Turnabout, we're in the key of A minor. And we can hear an A drone. What's a drone? Well, a drone in music is when you have some note that just continues on and continues on and continues on. A drone could also be a chord. All right, and if you're wondering, well, Dan, what's the difference between a note and a chord? Well, check this out. This, that's a note. This, that's a note. We play them together. That's going to create a chord. Now, if you're a music aficionado, you may say, well, hang on a second. Technically, that's not a chord. You need 3 notes to be a chord. I would actually argue with that. I'd call this chord a dyad in the fourths. No, but just a dyad. And an in tune enough dyad. Okay, so what do we have here? We have an A drone. I'm actually going to put a little zhuzh on this. Right? So let's take this back just a skitchity scotch. So it's walking around an A minor pentatonic scale. We hear, you know, A's lowest note. We hear. Oh, was there a different note in the bass there? No. I'll play it an octave up. So we hear an E, which is the 5th, to the 3rd, to the 1st, to the flat 7, to the 5. And all of that over the drone that is the A. So if we break those notes down that we hear scale degree 5. I'm not gonna put, whenever I put one of these little things, it means I'm talking about a note, and I'm not gonna put them over them. So if I put it over 1, assume the rest of them are notes. So you have 5, to flat 3, to 1, to flat 7, down to 5. Playing that one more time. Ooh, so mysterious. Really cool stuff. And Tre Misterioso. And so what we can hear so far in just the first 2 pieces of this OST is that there's drones. And you may say, well, what do you mean there's drones? Well, if we go back to the first piece here real quick. Right? It's not a drone that there's one note going the entire time, but it's one note that's held out for a long duration of time, which is creating that feeling of mystery or suspense we have going on. So if you want to create suspense in your own music, consider using drones that have also, the timbre, T-I-M-B-R-E, it's the quality of the sound, that this quality of the sound will also create that, especially right here. And then also just like that right there, just the atmospheric sounds around it too create mystery as well. And those atmospheric sounds, you can get those with just some regular synthesizers too. You know, I'm not gonna name any names, but like most synths you can configure to get yourself something like that, playing some high notes. Like more of an airy sound. Yeah, beautiful bend there. Two, so that flat 3, actually there's a 2 that bends up to flat 3 there. Oh, there's a 4. Yeah, it's 4 all the stuff we did there. All right, cool. All right, let's keep it rocking. Still A. It's like that Western Japanese vibe. resonator, guitar, and shamisen. And flute. What's the name of the flute? Oh, yes. Oh, come on. Oh, come on now. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. That was delicious. You might be saying, okay, well, what made that so delicious? Let me tell you. It's the contrast of everything that happens before this right here. Also this. This right here. Oh. So what's cool about this? It's walking down. I mean, it's not using an 8 pentatonic scale. There was a 2 in there as well. So it's actually a hexatonic scale. If I'm not mistaken, we heard a hexatonic scale of A, B, C, D, E, G, A, B, C, D, E, G, A. Now, pardon me while I choke on myself. Now, all right, what do I love about this? What I love about this is the syncopation. So it could be ba 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 ba, but it's not. What does it do? Yeah, it happened sooner. So that third, and we can think about this in patterns. And if you know nothing about music, you can spot the patterns. What do we have? 2 sounds. Then what do we have? 2 sounds. Then what do we have? 2 sounds. Type a 2 in the chat if you're getting that there's 2 sounds. Okay, now, what I'm looking at and the thing that I'm enjoying here is how you might expect the third group of 2 to happen later, but it actually happens sooner. That's what I'm geeking out about. Why? Because we go to the first one. Da, 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 is where I would expect that third group of 2 to happen, but it doesn't happen earlier. I love that. That's so cool. At least for me. I hope you find it cool too. And if you don't, well, good luck to you, and I send you and your family my best. All right, next. Prelude to the Revolution. Oh my. Interesting. 4. Still an A. It's like a 1. I'm gonna call it a 1 minor, but it's definitely a 1-5. I may be to 5. It feels minor. I bet you I'm not imagining that. Flat 6. Flat 7. Flat 6. The 5 in the bass. To 1. And we're back to the top. All right. 7. And then it's like flat 6 again to flat 7, and then back to 1. So what do we have? This is pretty interesting. So we have, it starts off on like 5 minor, which was why I thought it was going to be in A minor, but it actually wasn't. It was actually in D. So there's a little bit of fake out with the way it started. Once it gets into it, it's got a 1 to a 5, but then when you hear it goes to that section where like the vibe changes, it's going to a B flat, which is the flat 6 right here. To the flat 7. Back to the flat 6. Oh yeah. The flat 7. And then, and only then, resolving back to 1. Now, if you like to create your own music and you want to create a feeling of like we're going somewhere, but we're not quite there yet, do something like this, man. Flat 6, flat 7. Don't go back to 1. Go where? To a flat 6, then to flat 7, and then and only then come back to 1, and that resolution's going to feel, well, more resolution-y. Not to be confused with revolution-y. Revolutionary. I know how words work. Don't worry about it. I'm not William Wordsworth, but that's all we can do about it. If you're like, well, did he just try and rhyme that? I mean, halfway through, I realized I was rhyming it, and then I was like, well, can we get to the end of this? And then my brain was like, nope. And so here we are. All right, next. Ooh. Oh. Back to F. Oh my. Scrape that cymbal. Well, I'm paraphrasing here, but it's like... I'm paraphrasing. I don't think that's quite it, but that's close to it. But the point that I want to make here is that we're in a Phrygian mode. Now, you might be going, oh, what did you call me? And don't call me that again. No, not at all. A Phrygian mode. Okay, to understand a Phrygian mode, let's take a step back and understand a major scale. Why? Because in music theory, oftentimes it's useful to... In general, in life, it's useful to have one thing you're going to compare all other things to, because that way you can more quickly make sense of the other things, comparing them to the one thing. Make sense? Type it 2 in the chat if that makes sense. Now, let's understand a major scale. So a major scale is a thing we're going to compare everything else to even have the name Phrygian. So let's understand that, and let's understand how that works. All right, so a major scale. What we have are a series of notes. Now, we already talked about what a note is versus a chord, right? So we have a series of notes, and those notes are separated by whole and half steps. So we're going to have 7 notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Governor. And then back to 8. I have a British passport. Relax. It's okay. All right, so 1 to 2, that's going to be our whole step. 2 to 3 is going to be our whole step. 3 to 4, it's going to be our half step. 4 to 5, whole. 5 to 6, whole. 6 to 7, whole. 7, back to 8. 8, by the way, sounds the same as 1. And why does it sound? Well, it's not exactly the same as 1. So let's say 1 cycles at, let's say, 220 hertz, which means literally the sound of this note in physics in the air is it's making 220 cycles or vibrations, or like you can think of it as sound waves per second. Then this 8 up here is going to be 440. So it's always going to be 2x. So let me play that for you real quick. So here, and type a 3 in the chat if that, actually type an 8 in the chat if you can hear the connection. Even if you know nothing about music, you hear this note, you go, yeah, there's something similar. I couldn't tell you what it is, but there's something similar, I hear it. Like one's clearly lower and higher than the other, but there's something that ties them together. Well, the thing that you're hearing is your brain is actually telling you that there's this mathematical relationship between these two notes. And even if you know nothing about music, your brain, just the built-in pattern recognition of your brain is going to be picking up on that. Pretty cool stuff. All right, so we have the 1 and the 8. And then we have the whole step and the half step. So what's a whole step? What's a half step? Well, we'll call it Western music theory, we have basically whole and half steps. Our smallest space between one note to another is a half step. That sounds like this. Or. And that's going from low to high. We can also go high to low. Or, you know, going high to low. So that's a half step. It's going to be our smallest space. And then the whole step is double a half step, right? So if we think about a half step as being from here to here, right? A whole step is that same distance again, right? And then that's a whole step, right? So 2 halves make a, just think about pizza. You have half a pizza. If John has half a pizza, Sally has half a pizza and a little bit of bad breath, it's okay, we're gonna get her some mouthwash. But okay, we have 2 half pieces, and then we're gonna put those 2 half pizzas together. What are we gonna get? We're gonna get a whole pizza, and then Sally's gonna get some mouthwash, and then John's gonna wanna kiss Sally later. But that's a story for another time, don't worry about that. All right, so we have the half steps and the whole steps. So we have this sequence here of whole, half, whole, half. That's how we get the major scale, right there. So a major scale sounds like this. And if you know the song, do, a deer, a female deer, ray, a drop of golden sun, me, a name, I call myself, and run. That's walking up a major scale. Capiche? Capache. So then what we do is we say, okay, what happens if instead of starting on 1, what happens if we start on 3? Oh, that's going to change the order of the whole and the half steps. And indeed it is. So now what we're going to have is we're going to have we're going to have half. It's going to start us off with. We're going to have half, whole, half, whole. Ooh, different order of notes, which is going to sound different. Listen to that. And type a 3 in the chat if that sounds different to you than the major scale. Here's the major. Here's the other thing starting on 3. Type of 3, if those sound different to you, like, listen, I know nothing about music, maybe I know something about music. Those two things, one of those things is not like the other. They sound different. Great. So what it is we're saying we're gonna use the same whole and half step pattern as we had up here, starting in a different place down here. That's what gets us the Phrygian sound. So the Phrygian sound is characterized by starting off with, instead of it starting off with a whole step, it starts off with a half step. That's one of the characteristics of it. And then that there's a whole step after that, which creates, between the first note and the third note, creates an interval of a minor third, but we're not gonna get into intervals right now. So there you go. That's what we mean by a Phrygian mode. It's taking the same whole and half steps pattern that we had up here, just changing where we start in the pattern, starting from 3 instead of starting from 1, and that gets us a Phrygian mode. Now, the nuance of that is then we're going to emphasize 3, 5, and 7 as our excuse me. Yeah, 3, 5, and 7 as our main notes that we're going to use. So ooh, just made it. All right, cool. That is the Phrygian mode. Let's keep cooking. Yeah, bass. Interesting. Oh my. All right, it's looping. So let's talk about the first part here. I didn't quite grab the second part, but that's okay. So what we have, I'm going to call this an inverted power chord, and I'm going to explain to you what that means in just a moment. 2. And if I play along with the music, you will sure enough hear. Glove fits, and so we will acquits. I got distracted by delusions of being David Gilmour for a second there. Okay, But if you don't know if the Glove of Fits reference or David Gilmour, first one, see the 80s, second one, see the 70s. Anyway, so an inverted power chord. What is a power chord? Well, a power chord is when we're going to have the root of a chord and the fifth of a chord together. If you're going to have a root fifth, I'm going to explain it to you in a second. Don't worry, I've got you. All right, so an easy way, like I said, it's always easy to have something to think about to compare everything else to. So the thing we're going to think about to compare everything else to is a triad. And now a triad is a chord that is composing of 3 notes, as you might guess by the fact that I just said the word try in there. I will try. So, that's a Anakin Skywalker reference for those of you who are keeping track. By the way, if you're playing Star Wars bingo with me today, that's your Anakin Skywalker turned Darth Vader reference. Okay, anyway, so a triad. Now in a triad, if we go back to our major scale, an easy way of understanding a triad is from the major scale, right? So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, if you're going, wait, well, what about the major scale? I talked about it earlier. Rewind the stream, go watch that. Now, and then back to 8. So what we're gonna do for a triad is we're going to take the 1, the 3, and the 5. For now, yes, there's more ways you can do it. This is the way we're gonna do it for now. We're gonna take the 1, 3, and 5, and we're gonna play them all together at the same time. 1, 3, 5, which gets us, a beautiful chord. Okay, now what a power chord is, it's when we say, hey, 3, I know you're having a lovely day, but you can just stay home because we don't need you anymore. And we just have the 1 and 5, which creates the power chord, 1 and 5 together. Now, the way that you get the most bang for your buck out of a power chord is you put some distortion on it. More distortion. More. All right, cool. And that sounds relatively powerful. Now, why is it called powerful? Well, for a couple of reasons, having to do with the overtone series. Now, the way that notes work is the note that you're hearing is not actually the note that you're hearing. You're actually hearing that note plus a whole bunch of other notes, which actually makes up the timbre or the sound quality of whatever instrument you're hearing, which is why you can tell the difference between, for example, ba, ba. Could you hear the difference between my voice versus the guitar? If yes, that's because even though we're singing approximately the same note, or I'm singing and it's playing approximately the same note, there's a difference in the quality of the sound. And that quality is the timbre, T-I-M-B-R-E, timbre, timbre, the timbre, the quality of the sound. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of overtones that you're not actually consciously hearing but contribute to the overall sound of the note. What happens is when we put distortion on something, it's going to elevate, accentuate, and sometimes even add overtones that weren't there before. And so add is in the sense that you weren't hearing them before, they weren't audible before, and then it's adding them, to be clear. So a power chord is called a power chord partly because when we put distortion on it, it sounds big because that distortion is emphasizing the overtones that we're hearing in the music. So what is an inverted power chord? Because that's what I said. So we've covered the power chord, now let's cover the inverted part, and then you're going to get it. Now, inverted power chord is we're gonna have 1 and 5, right? 1 is gonna be the lowest, 5 is gonna be the highest. Now inverted means we're gonna switch it. So 5 is gonna be the lowest, 1 is going to be the highest. And that's it. So here's what it would sound like as a regular power chord. And by the way, if I play along with it, it's going to make sense. Right? This fits. Power chord fits. And now if I play that invert, fits better. That could be my ear making it up that fits better, but either way, there's a power chord there. Whether it's inverted or not inverted, that is what's rocking and rolling there. All right, let's keep rocking. Now, someone just said in the chat, I don't remember him being this goofy. Yeah, well, guess what? A lot happens in 2 years. Also, let's have some fun, shall we? I'm gonna have fun. I invite you to have fun with it. Okay. Let's keep going. Or were we on this? No, we're on this. All right, let's go. All right, first let's talk about the melody. Melody, really interesting melody here. Now, what's really cool about this is how the melody gets reharmonized. So the melody starts off, we hear the same melody over the E. And then it goes to the C, the flat 6, same melody. Then it goes to the 4. Then to the 5. Then back to the 1. I'm gonna paraphrase here. Really cool stuff. So you can hear I'm singing the same melody each time, but as I'm changing what the guitar is doing underneath it, it gives it a different emotional feeling, a different emotional context, which is reharmonization. It's where we keep the same exact melody, same order, same sequence, same rhythm, the exact same melodic idea, but change the chord that's underneath it, which brings a different accentuation, a different emotion, a different color, a different quality, a different sensation out of the sound. Let's keep rocking and rolling. Sick. Oh, cool. This is sick. All right, so many cool things to talk about here. I want to highlight, number one, it sounded to me like Balkan-style singing, maybe in Japanese. That might be a first. That was, first of all, that was crazy cool. Let me know in the chat what language they were singing in there. I obviously don't know. It sounded to me like it was Japanese, but Balkan-style singing, which was really cool. Now, here's what I want to talk about, is the chord progression. Now, what's really cool about this chord progression is that there is both a flat 2 and then a not so flat 2 here in the same chord progression. You do not see this every day. What you do see relatively commonly in, especially, listen, if there's one chord progression, well, there's a couple chord progressions we could call like true Japanese chord progressions. I'd call this right here a Japanese chord progression. Really, truly, and honestly. It's where we have a 1 minor to a flat 2 major 7. Back and forth. Now you could say, well, hang on a second. David Bowie did that in Space Oddity in the 60s. Yeah. You could also say, well, hang on a second. Steve Vai did that in his, what was it, Passion and Warfare album in the 1990s. Again, I'd say, yeah. And I'd still call that a Japanese chord progression because, man, the number of OSTs we've heard that have that chord progression in it, 1 to flat 2, right here. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And then here's the unexpected part, is it goes to a power chord on the 2, the not so flat 2. Really interesting, not something you hear every single day. Yeah, those real European folk style vocals, I'd call that like Balkan. Like, yeah, that area of the world is where you'd hear that type of vocals. All right, really cool stuff. Let's keep it going. Oh yeah, Bulgarian, yeah. Oh, right, music. Divination Seance? Whoa, I was not expecting a courtroom drama to go this direction. Okay, so again, we can hear these atmospheric sounds creating a feeling of tension, but then the harmony that's actually taking place here also creates tension too. We can hear that there's like this A diminished situation happening. And why do I call it an A diminished situation? Well, because she's too young for you, bro. Jersey Shore situation, anyone? That was not the right joke for this channel. Everyone would be like, what are you talking about? All right, anyway. So we have this A diminished, and then it feels like it's going up to a D sharp diminished, which kind of creates like a leading tone for going to the 5 kind of sort of thing. But like really the thing is that it's still also kind of the same chord. Why is that? Okay, well, if we look at an A diminished 7 chord, let's understand what notes are in that. We have an A, we're gonna have a C, we're gonna have an E flat. We could also call that a D sharp, but really we're not going to, but just for, understanding purposes. And then we'd have like a G flat. All right, so what do we have? We have a minor third between all of these. The point is, I'm not gonna explain minor thirds. The point is that this is actually a symmetrical chord. And it's a symmetrical chord because between all of these notes is the same distance of whole and half steps. There's a whole step plus a half step between every single one of these notes. It is a perfectly symmetrical chord, which means no matter what note we start on, all of the other notes will always be present. Think about it for a second. So look, if we have an A here and we start on an A, then we're gonna have a C, an E flat, and a G. Now, because it's symmetrical, if we also start on a C, then we're gonna have an E flat, G flat, and then an A. So there's always gonna be all of the same notes in every single version of this chord, no matter how you slice and dice it. Now, here's the thing. In what we just heard, we didn't hear the G flat in the first one, to the best of my ear's ability. We didn't hear the G flat, but in the second one, we did. In the second one, we heard the E flat, G flat, and then the A. So it's like 2 sections of an A fully diminished 7 chord broken up. So here's a true A diminished triad. Here's a true, we could call it, B double flat, but a true E flat diminished triad. A and B double flat be the same note. They're enharmonic equivalents, which we're not going to do. Enharmonic equivalence is when you have 2 notes that have the same name, but this have the same. All right, check it out. So this right here, we have a note right here. We could call this note E flat. We could call this note D sharp. We could call this note F double flat. We could call this note, we'll leave it there. But the point is, that was 1, 2, 3 different names for the same sound. And that's because in music theory, it's frameworks for us to understand the sound. And so there's different ways you could label that. But the point that I'm making here is it's fundamentally revolving around this A diminished 7, just taking different parts of it and expressing it first as an A diminished, then as an E flat diminished. Again, that's my best of my ear's ability. I might be mishearing, and it might have been an A fully diminished 7, just changing inversions both times. But anyway, let's keep it cooking. Okay. I could be wrong about this, but I'm gonna let you know. I think this is what's going on here. I'm gonna sing that one more time. Might be imagining one note. No, I don't think I am imagining that. All right, so we're hearing a C diminished, major 7, as far as I can tell. So it's like, well, another way of saying this would be a C minor, major 7, flat 5, if I'm not mistaken. And then it goes to an E flat, minor, major 7, flat 5. Gnarly. If you're looking for a chord that embodies mystery, by the way, this would be the one. That is one mysterious sounding chord. Type a 3 in the chat if that's one of the more mysterious sounds you've heard played on a guitar in a minute. Right there. That is mystery incarnate. Yeah, wild stuff. All right, let's keep it going. So by the way, just to break that down for you, because if you know something about music but you don't know a lot about music, that'd be like, what did you just say? All right, so if we break that down to understand what's going on in the chord, we're going to have the 1, we're going to have flat 3, we're going to have flat 5, then we're going to have the major 7. You put those together in a chord, you're going to get mystery. 1, flat 3, flat 5, and flat 5, and major 7. This is awesome. Oh! Fast. All right, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell you about that ending there. So cool, classic funk ending. As in, we want the funk, gotta have that funk. So what it is, it's you have the 4 chord, major 4 chord, over the 5 note. Then you actually go to the 5 chord. In this case, I'd call it a 5/7. So you have, whoop, yeah, there it is. It's like, where'd my volume go? Which is cool because that 4 with the 5 in the bass, that actually starts off the dominant area feeling that we then actually get here. But it also is the 4, which is the subdominant area. Really cool. Now, if you're going, what do you mean subdominant, dominant area? Well, let me explain. There are 3 primary areas in all of music. They are the tonic area, the subdominant area, and the dominant area. Now, the tonic area feels like herm. Like what? Herm. Home. The tonic area is like home. Now the subdominant area, oh, and I like to use the example of The Legend of Zelda, A Breath of the Wild. So in Breath of the Wild, you start off in like this safe place. Yeah, there's a couple enemies to fight, but you're pretty much safe. Then you paraglide off your safe like tutorial area into the real world. Now there is some significant danger in the real world. That's the subdominant area. And as you go through the real world, you know, you get some bananas from the banana people, and then you end up with a dude in a pit who's throwing bananas at you, which would be a boss, and that's the real, like the climax of tension, and that is going to be your dominant area. So we have the tonic area, subdominant area, and dominant area. And in music, music partially tells a story. It's not all the story, but it is part of the story through the tonic, subdominant, and dominant areas, which are usually represented by the harmony, aka by the chords. All right, so it's a tonic, subdominant, dominant area. So what's happening here is that that 4/5, that's taking from both areas. The 4 is the subdominant area. The 5 is the dominant area. But here's the thing, that 5 right there, that's part of the 4 chord, the lowest note, is actually giving us a hint that we're headed to the dominant area. That's dominant, that's subdominant, and then going to the dominant. So this one, it's like a mélange. It's an orange mélange, le mélange orange. Le mélange orange, right here, it is, the mélange is happening with the 4, with the 5. It is like you take the camembert and you put it in the baguette and you rub it back and forth, and then it is a mélange of the camembert and the baguette. By the way, if you're eating brie and not eating camembert, you are missing out, my friend. Let me tell you. The real world is out there, and its name is camembert. If you're eating brie, in my estimation, you are wasting your time. But that's just one man's opinion. All right, back to the music. We can hear an interesting chord progression going on here, where it's a 1 to a flat 7 to a flat 6 to 5 minor to 4 minor to 5 minor. Now here's what's interesting. Typically, we'd actually hear 2 more chords here and here, but we don't hear 2 more chords here. It brings us right back around to the 1. That's not something you hear every day. This is literally part of what's keeping the feeling of being unsettled, or the interest or the drama of the music, is the fact that it's missing these 2 here, which actually makes an unbalanced pairing of chords. Why? In music, your ears, through exposure, have been culturally inculcated into hearing groups of 4, 8, 16, and 32 as the primary groupings of music. And so what happens here is we have a grouping of 4 chords. And typically what would happen after this grouping of 4 chords is we'd have another 4, but we're not having another 4, we're having another 2 here. And so we're actually missing 2 more chords here, which creates an imbalance between this group of 4 and this group of 2. Interesting stuff. Let's keep on rocking. Mort de rire. Eh ouais. Might be a delay between me and it, so. Up with drums. All right, so what do we hear? We're in the key of, we're going to call it C minor, and we hear a to E flat, going to F. Now guess where we go? Back to C. And guess what happens next after this? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. We go to E flat. Next up, F. And around we go. And that's how that one works. 1 flat 3 4 in the key of C minor, being C, E flat, and F. Next. I can honestly say I was not expecting that combination of electronic and seemed like live instrument, might be sampled instrument, but either way, I was not expecting that sound at all. And what you might not be expecting is that if you are a gamer and you want to create your own music, I actually put a freebie for you. It's in the pinned comment. It's also in the description of this video. I also put it in the pinned comment. It's also in the pinned chat. So the pinned chat, it's me in the description of this video, and also the pinned comment below this after the stream with a free starter pack for you to compose your own music. So go ahead, click on that, go grab it. It's 100% free. It made it for you. It includes a course I used to sell for $250. You get it at no charge. So go ahead, click that pinned chat. It's in the description, and it's also in the pinned comment. Whichever one you want, go click on that, rock and roll it, use it in good health, as my great-grandmother would say, and rock and roll it. All right, let's do it. Interesting. this for 8 minutes in a row? Wait, is it literally this for 8 minutes? Because I'm not sitting here listening to 8 minutes. All right, okay, cool. I'm gonna start talking. I'm not listening to this live for 8 minutes. Okay. Also, we had a quick question in the chat, which is why do I need to be streaming this at the same time as UFC 321? That's because Cyril Gahn ain't got nothing on me, home slice. Oh, them's fighting words. Now, I don't mean physically. Obviously, the man's a champion. But when it comes to like breaking down music and having fun, I'm just kidding. Cyril Gahn, love you, bro. If you happen to be a fan of this channel, I don't know. Anyway, either way. Huge respect to all fighters and UFC. Yeah, huge respect. Yeah, takes a lot to do that stuff. All right, anyway. Okay, here's my question for you. We got 473 people live. I need your help with this. I've not played this game. This is my first time hearing this. What is the connection between Suspense and Pees'lubn? Because, guys, if we look at this, Suspense, look, Suspense has this pattern of 1 flat 3 4 in the key of C minor. Guess what Pees'lubn has in it as well? This pattern of 1 flat 3 4 in a different key. Now, if you're telling me that there's no connection other than the same game, I'm gonna go, what are you talking about? Because there's some type of connection there. It's literally the same pattern in a different key, and I'm gonna explain to you what that means. So look, we talked about the whole and the half steps, right? All right, so from 1 to flat 3. All right, so 1, 2 to flat 3. We have a whole step to a half step. And then from 3 to 4 is a whole step. So in this case, it starts on C. So we have C, D, E flat, and F. Now with the same exact pattern starting on E here. So we have 1, 2, flat 3, and 4. And it's the same exact idea. Whole step, half step, whole step. But in this case, it's going to be E to an F sharp to a G to an A. There's some type of connection here. People are saying he's the villain. It's got to be the best OST. I'm on the right track. He's the naughty man. It's composed in a similar fashion to the usual cross-examination themes because it plays in the same scenario. Interesting. So we're actually cross-examining someone here. So, question for you. Could we call this the cross-examination motif? Chat, type a 2 if we could call this the cross-examination motif. Because that way, like, we're actually seeing part of the story being told and the music here with what's going on. That is such a cool hidden connection. I'm loving that. That is so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. All right. So this is our first hidden connection of the story being told in the music. How cool is that? And by the way, if this is the first time you've put 2 and 2 together with this music making sense for you, type a 4 in the chat if you just put 2 and 2 together and you got 4. Type 4 in the chat if this is the first time you just discovered this and it was with a dude just explaining the music. How cool is this? I'm loving this. This is so cool. This is so cool. Love it. All right, let's check out this next one. I think we already listened to one. Yeah, we listened to this one. All right, now we're on this one. Oh my. Also, I'm gonna turn this up, heads up. very 8-bit all of a sudden. Every time I keep looking, that melody is changing. Okay, we get the idea. All right, so what's happening here? Let's break down first what's happening in the melody, and then let's break down what's happening in the background. So in the melody, we hear... Sorry, let me play it better. That's the melody, which is really interesting because we could actually call this... Well, there's a couple of different ways we could break this down. We could think about this as being really fundamentally that these two things here and these two things here create... So, yeah, we could call this an A prime, but I would actually prefer to call this part A. I'd call this B, I call this A, and I call this B prime, is how I would think about this melody. And so if you're going, well, what does that even mean? Well, when we break melodies down into ABC frameworks, it means we can actually create our own melodies faster, easier, better, and more effectively with more choices and more consciousness than we would if we didn't have this tool in our back pocket. So this means that when you're creating a melody, you can actually create an A idea that doesn't have to be these exact notes. And then you can create a B idea, then you create an A idea, and then create a B idea that's kind of like your first B idea, right? Flat 7, 1, 1, 2, 2, and then the difference is gonna come in to here, flat 3 here. So I'm gonna call it B prime. Prime just means it's almost the same, but it's a little bit different. And so this AB prime is a melody framework that you can use for creating your own melodies. And for example, we could say, here's an AB prime melody. Old MacDonald had a farm, that's my A. Here's my B. E-I-E-I-O. All right, now here's my A. And on that farm he had a duck. E-I-E-I-O. All right, so, well, E-I-E-I-O would be a better one. All right, one more time from the top. Here's my A. Old MacDonald had a farm. Here's my B. E-I-E-I-O. Here's my A. Old MacDonald had a farm. Here's my B prime. E-I-E-I-O. So I'm changing the B right at the end just a little bit to create an A-B prime framework in the melody. Type a 2 in the chat if that makes sense to you. Now, what we're going to look at is what's happening underneath that, which is... I gotta just have my headphones on here because I'm getting a delay. Here we go. And that's about it. Round and round it goes. Cool stuff. All right, let's keep on rocking in the free world with cross-examination. Oh, we've heard that melody before. What's that melody? We've heard that before. Maybe I didn't write it down. There it is. Here's that melody again. All right, so what do we hear? We hear the same exact melody as we heard in the cross-examination Moderato, except for a couple things. Number one, it is faster, and number two, it's actually being played higher up. So in the first one, we heard it in the key of E minor, which sounded like this. And now we just heard it in F, which sounds like this. Type a 3 in the chat if you can hear that that second time it was higher than the first. All right, let's keep on rocking in the free world with pursuit, cornering, something. Cornering together. Man, that horn sound reminds me of Mario Kart on the SNES. You know, every once in a while, while we do these, I just enjoy a piece of music so much, I stop even thinking about the music theory and breaking it down for you. I just want to let you know, I enjoyed the heck out of that piece. I'm not gonna use, even though I enjoyed so much that piece. So I wasn't even thinking about the music. Like, I was just enjoying. I was in the moment. That was awesome. We're gonna go to the next one. I'll get you a breakdown on the next one. Every once in a while, we'll listen to a piece, and I'll just enjoy it, just to be here and be a fan with you. That was so cool. That was great. Come on, bass. Come on, bass. Oh my. C. This sounds like something out of Shin Megami Tensei 3. Wow, you know, just the vibe of this. I can't think of another Ace Attorney soundtrack where we've heard something like this, and I might just not be remembering because it's been a while since I listened to them. But this sounded to me more like something out of like maybe Final Fantasy or Shin Megami Tensei 3. Also, the fact that there was like a seance and stuff, like way different vibes going on in this game than previous Ace Attorney soundtracks we have, and just the emotion coming out of this piece of music. I don't know what it was for you, but for me, it was like this heaviness and this darkness and this realness, and like there's like some stakes on the line, and like there's some danger or something's going on, something dark, something deep, it feels like to me. Now, you tell me what your experience is. Let me know in the chat, and if you're watching this on demand afterwards, let me know in the comments. Pop by and say hi. Let's check out this next one, which is going to be a jingle. Okay. That. What? Talk about a change of pace. Reminds me of Mario so much. Wow, it's something like, let's do it with clean. Now, all right, first I'm gonna break down for you exactly what I do know, and then I'm gonna gesture it. We're gonna learn something together on this one, which is really cool. I'm actually rewind this and figure out a little bit more. In the B section, we had a 1 to a 4 minor 6, and that repeated twice, and then it went to a 5, which sounded like this. And then to 5. Now, here's what I really want to do. It's, yeah, that is what it is. Oh, that is so cool. That for me, it feels Mario-ian in nature. A little tricky to play on the guitar. Might be a little easier to play on the piano, but yeah. So what's happening there is we're starting off with a C major chord, all right, which has a C and then an E and a G. And what's happening is this C is like an extra octave down, so there's plenty of space for playing on. So like this C is all the way down here. Now, what's happening is then these are going to be going down by a half step. So then it's G flat to E flat, but still over the C. And then it's going down a half step again. So now it's an F and a D, again over C. And then these are resolving down a half step here and a whole step here to create a C chord again. Really interesting. Beautiful stuff, really beautiful. Type a 3 in the chat if that also reminds you of Mario in like Super Mario World type thing, like back SNES era. So maybe even some of the more modern Mario stuff too, but really I'm thinking about Super Mario World on the Super NES Nintendo, which I call the SNES, which you might call the SNES, but hey, you know what? I grew up playing that thing without anyone else who did play it, so I had my own way of saying it because I didn't know anyone else who had it. So there you go. I don't know what to tell you. And by the way, that's not like a brag of like I had the thing. No, it's that that thing got made in 1991, which was also the year I was born. So the point is I was playing on an older console is what I'm trying to share with you. Right, so it's like Mario would be like... I literally think that is from a Mario. That might be from like Mario 1 or Mario 2. I might be misremembering, but I think that's actually a Mario thing right there. Anyway, let's keep it going. Yeah, Super Mario Bros. Like 2 or 3, yeah. All right, so let's break down that chord progression. We've got a 1 minor and Troupe Gramarye, something. All right, so we got a 1 minor, D, da, do, to D. Wait a bit. I forgot. Yeah, 5. Okay. To flat 7. To flat 3. To flat 3. And then it starts again. D, da, do. To flat 6. D, da, do. To flat 7. And then back to 1 minor. Woo! Cool stuff in the key of C sharp minor. Let's play through that one time. Here's the 1. There. Flat 7 to flat 3. Back to 1. Flat 6 to flat 7. Back to 1. And there you go. Those be the chords, the harmony, the key that unlocks the door to get in the underlying foundation of that piece of music. Let's check out this next one. flat 5, flat 9. Oh yeah, sharp 5. Sharp 5. All right, cool. Let's break down just the little first part of this chord progression. Actually break down understanding the tonic, subdominant, and dominant areas we talked about a couple moments ago. So we're in the key of D major. D, do, don't. Singing the wrong melody. 1 second. So what do we have? We have the tonic area right here. This is going to be our tonic area. Then we go straight away to the subdominant area. Then we get a different flavor of subdominant area, and then it's all dominant area from here on out. And so the actual story that's being told with the harmony in this piece of music is one where it's like we're arriving home, we're going then on an adventure, we're hitting some tension right in here, and then that tension resolves back to home. And so this way of thinking about the music helps us understand the story that's being told with the harmony. Now, if we look at the melody, so right there, it's actually outlining this chord. The melody is outlining the tonic area. 5, 7. Well, that's actually the 5, 7 right here is actually outlining the dominant area here. 5, 7, and then it hits the 1. 1, 3, 7, 5, which is really just arpeggiating around the 1 major 7. Now you say, well, hang on a second, you just said the 5 and 7 were in the dominant area. Yes, they can serve both. All right, 5, 7. And then it lands on 6, and 6 actually is, in this case, 6 is actually feeding the subdominant area. Why? Because 6 is the third of this chord right here. If you recall when we talked about the 1, 3, and 5 of each chord, the 6 in this case is actually the 3 of this chord right here. And that's how we can overlay the melody with the harmony. So the harmony has a story it's telling, the melody has a story it's telling, and we put them together, we get the full picture and the full story. Let's keep on rocking. Oh! Ooh, unexpected chord. Interesting. Oh, this is so groovy. Wow. That is so cool. wow, what a chord progression. Oh my gosh, so this is one of the times when the chord progression is actually selling the whole story of the piece of music. It's like a groove-based piece of music. And what we hear is, quite honestly, an unexpected chord progression. I don't know if you heard me say, I wasn't even thinking, I said, oh, I was not expecting that chord, because I really wasn't. This is not a chord progression you hear every day. Now, that being said, the first half, the first 3 chords that we hear, yes, this is something that you could hear every day. Where things change up is in this second half right here. So the first half we hear, I'm paraphrasing, that might not be exactly it, but yeah, that's directionally correct. Now, in the second half, why is that unexpected? Well, it's unexpected because, as you can see here, we are in the key of D minor. How do you know it's D minor? Well, because there's a big letter D there, and then there's a minus sign right there. So D minor, minus for the minor sign. And we can see, sure enough, minus, minus, we have 1, the Roman numeral 1, which represents D in this case. The Roman numeral 2 is going to represent E. We're going to walk up the alphabet. The Roman numeral 3 is going to represent F, right? So D, E, F. We're just walking up the alphabet. Now, you may notice here, there's something interesting happening. That the 1 has a different symbol after it than it does over here. There's no minus sign. Aha! That is our mystery chord that sounds so different and that is also unexpected. This unexpected chord has the quality of being a major 7, whereas the chord we've been hearing up to this point is a minor 7. So if we actually compare these side by side, they're both going to start with a D. Here's where things start changing. Already on the second note, we have D and F. Here we have an F sharp. Now they're both going to have an A. And here's where things get different again. This is going to have a C. This is going to have a C sharp. So we can see that we have 2 different notes, the F to the F sharp and the C to the C sharp. And that changes the quality of the chord. So for example, if you hear this is a major 7 chord. For me, this is like it's summer. I'm hanging out in a field on a hill and I see farmland below me and I see the wheat kind of blowing in the breeze. That for me is what this chord. Let me know in the chat, what does this chord make you feel like? Put it in the chat right now. Right? That's our major 7. Now the minor 7, oh, that's altogether different. That's for me, it's like it's kind of a rainy day. I feel good, I'm warm, but it's a rainy day and my toes are dry, my toes aren't wet, and I'm walking through the rain. That's what this is. So this is like, oh, it's pastoral, it's beautiful. For me, this is like, oh, it's a rainy day, I've got somewhere to be, but I'm feeling good. Is the difference in the quality of the chord. And so we can see that the different notes, when we stack these different notes together, they result in different sounds or different qualities that can give different emotional experiences. Right? Summer on plaza overlooking a beach. Right. Exactly. There you go. So there you go. Different qualities, different emotions. So it's not every day that you'll have a 1 Roman numeral, meaning it's going to be the key that we're in. It's going to be the chord based on the key we're in this case, D. It's not every day you're going to have both a 1 minor 7 and a 1 major 7. It's really not every day you can have a 1 minor and a 1 major, anything in the same piece of music, unless you're listening to, what was that mystery? Echo, When They Cry, that all over the place that had majors and minors together. All right, let's keep on rocking and rolling here with the next one. Ooh. Ah, we're gonna keep it going. I'm gonna make sure we can stream through this entire thing. So I'm gonna take 2 seconds right now and get the rest of my day set up so we can stream this entire OST right now. I'm loving this OST. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna be listening to the music and just setting some things up here. I think we got 2-3 minutes to do. All right, we're set. I'm back. Let's cook this thing. You know, this piece of music says I'm fine. It strikes me that maybe the person isn't quite so fine, because when I say I'm actually fine, this is not the type of music that would play. If someone was scoring your life and you were actually fine, is this the music that would play when you're fine, or is this the music play when you're like not quite so fine? I'm not quite so sure. Seems like maybe something might have happened and maybe you're fine, but something happened. Not entirely sure. Let's get back into it. We're gonna do some more analysis on this next one. This track's kind of quiet, huh? Oh my gosh. Okay, just kidding, we're doing analysis on the next one. This is so beautiful. All right, so some really interesting things happening in this piece of music. So we have a G underlying everything, underpinning the entire piece of music. Indeed, we're in the key of G minor, easily. G underlying everything. And what's happening is over that G minor, we're hearing fundamentally three different chords. We're hearing a 1 minor, a G minor, and I'll play it along with the piece of music and talk you through it as we go through. G minor. So we have like a G minor chord to a, I'm gonna call it a C sus4. So really it's a 4 sus4 chord. 4 sus4 when the chord is sus. And then we're back to 1. Oh, I need a new guitar cable, that's what's going on. 1, and then 2, flat 7. But it's all with the G in the bass. So let's see if I can do this. All right, I'll do it. I'll figure it out. No headphones. Let's do it. There you go. So it's 1, and then the 1 goes to the 4, sus4 right here, and back to the 1, and then to the right there. All right. All right, this one actually threw me for a little bit of a loop. I'm gonna pull it back here for a second. So even that right there. No. Yeah, it's E. Oh, there we go. Bro. I was just overthinking it. So really, All right, so we have an E minor 7, 9. We have a 1 minor 7, 9. And then it's going up to a... This. It's kind of like implying a flat 6. Yeah, flat 7. That's one way of interpreting it. Other ways of interpreting it there too. Really cool stuff. That actually threw my ear for a loop there for a second there. And I was like, what is happening? We pulled it around and did a turnabout and figured out what was going on. See what I did there? Let's keep going. Groove on this, man. Oh! Yeah, going on the flat 2. And then loop that puppy. Oh, dude, what a sick groove, man. Man, type double A in the chat. Type AA in the chat if this was the OST that you fell in love with game music on. Type AA in the chat if this is the OST you fell in love with game music on, because if it is, I get it. At the end. Alright, I think it's looping. Yeah, flat 2. Oh, you got a dedicated ending. That's cool. Alright, check this out. Right here. We think it's right here. Boom. And it's later. So check it out. I'm gonna show you where we're expecting it. We're expecting, and there it is, a little later. So cool, playing with the time and playing where your ear might expect the next chord to be and doing it somewhere completely different. And now for something completely different. It's... Write faster. Write faster. diminished something. I'm good at looping. I'll get on the next one. Oh, cool. I want to pull it back. There's one chord I missed. Got that. Got that. Yeah, got that. Alright, I'm gonna pull back real quick. We're gonna bump chord. Ah! What are you? Oh, must be flat 2 again. No? Well, I can tell you that we're going to talk about the first part of this chord progression. In the first part of this chord progression, we hear what starts off kind of like a Bachian classical chord progression thing going on here. So we have a 1 minor, then it goes to 5, and then it goes to 1 in first inversion. Now you can hear this like in almost any like organ-y piece that you hear, like Shin Megami Tensei 3 would be 1. What's another? I mean, there's so many OSTs where we hear like this organ type chord progression here. Basically, we have a 1 to a 5 to then a 1 in first inversion. And then here's what changes. It goes to flat 2, then to 5, back to 1. That you do not hear every day. You do not hear that flat 2 in there every day. That is super fresh, super fly, and super cool. If you're having a fresh, fly, and fun time in the stream, type a 5 in the chat for my psychic gratification. Let's check out Perceive next. interesting. All right, so in the same way, we could take like a bossa nova. In a bossa nova, you move it up and down chromatically, it sounds great. So for example, if we had A flat minor, I'm gonna take these headphones off. It kind of works. This time we're gonna bring it up. Well, in the same way here, we hear this chromatic descent where we have a 1 minor, and then we're just bring that minor chord down by half step, bring that minor chord down again by half step, which does create an odd feeling. Why does it create an odd feeling, you might ask? Well, that's because you do not hear this pattern of minor chords in the music your ear has been inculcated into liking in just general music culture. So in general music culture, what you're gonna have in general, and like, please, nuance aside, we're teaching like broad brushstroke concepts here. But by and large, if we have a 1 minor, there's a couple chords we might expect to hear. We'd expect to hear flat 7 major. We could expect to hear flat 6 major. We might hear flat 3 major. Other minor chords, we might hear a 2 minor for like a Dorian sound. We also, let's say, we might hear a 4 minor and a 5 minor. These are all common chords that we would hear when the 1 is minor. Now, you might notice that this flat 7 is both flat 7 and major, and we do have a flat 7 here, but it's not major, it's minor. It's got that minus sign, and here, no flat, it's 7, it's minor. So these 2 chords here that I'm going to circle in blue, sorry if you're colorblind, it's the last thing I just circled, is going to be the outlier chords. You don't always hear those chords, and that's part of what makes this music sound unsettling. It's that it's literally a pattern you're not used to hearing. It's an uncommon pattern. And when you utilize and deploy an uncommon pattern in music, it'll create an uncommon feeling, or in this case, an uncomfortable feeling. Uncomfortable meaning I'm not comfortable, I'm not recognizing the pattern, I feel uncertain. Right? If you recognize a pattern, let's say you walk into a room and you know all the people in the room, you know the patterns of all those people in the room, you know how all of them interact, like maybe when you were at school, you had a certain degree of certainty around how all those patterns were going to play out. Now, if you walk into a new room full of new people, you have a degree of uncertainty inside you about how are all those meta patterns going to play out. Maybe you really understand human behavior so well you can understand each individual person. Maybe you're like a human behavior, meta expert, and you actually can preemptively understand all the meta patterns that are going to happen between different personalities and whatnot. But in general, you're going to walk into a room and you're not going to be able to anticipate the patterns that are going to go on. And so in the same way here, you're not anticipating patterns, you're hearing new patterns your brain actually doesn't know, which then contributes to the feeling of uncertainty. Let's keep on rocking. Nice. Oh, interesting. Beautiful. Come on now. Come on, play that thing. All right, let's talk about this here chord progression. It's really cool. We're in the key of A minor. It starts off A minor to flat 7, which would be the G, to flat 6, which is the F, to 5 minor, to 4 minor, to 5 minor. Now, here's where things change. Oh, we get a 4 in first inversion major 4 now, borrowing the F sharp from outside of the key, then to the flat 6. And then the second time through, it stays in the key. 1, flat 6, flat 7, 5 minor, 4 minor, 5 minor, flat 6, flat 7. So here's the one thing I want to point out to you. This 4 with the 6, which I like to call the Rivers in the Desert chord. Why? Because you hear it in Rivers in the Desert. It is a prominent feature of that tune, which is from Persona 5, the video game, if you don't know about that yet. It's a cool OST. You might enjoy it. I certainly did. Anyway, back to this. So what's happening is there's actually a bass line being created. So if we zoom in right here, what's happening is we have 4 as the lowest note, then we have 5 as the lowest note, then 6 as the lowest note, then flat 7 as the lowest note. Whereas right here, if we zoom in, it's similar, but it's different. 4 is the lowest note, 5 is the lowest note, then it's flat 6 as the lowest note to flat 7 as the lowest note. So the difference is right in here. And the difference is also in the chord that is created. So in the key of A minor, flat 6 is going to be F, regular 6 is going to be F sharp. And that F sharp is actually the third of a D major chord. And so what's happening is we have that D major chord, but that F is actually the lowest note. If you remember when we talked about the power chords in inversion, this is another example of something that is in inversion because we're taking one of the higher notes and actually making the higher note lower note, and then all the other notes above it stay higher. You know, if I could get some auctioneer skills to explain that to you, I might be able to get through more of it in one breath, but then you'd be like there, the video at like 0.5 speed, trying to understand what it said. And now we're gonna talk about that kind of vibe. All right, cool stuff. Yeah, real interesting chord progression. That one borrowed chord spicing the whole thing up. And so if you're composing your own music, this is something to think about as well. It's like, hey, look, you can have so much mileage out of this is the same, 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 this is the same. You are, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you're whatever, 7/8. 7/8 the same, 1/8 variation in the chord progression. And that's a beautiful balance to think about in terms of just crafting that difference and that walking that line between too much change is chaos. Like people not being able to recognize what's going on is chaos. If it's too samey the samey, that sounds cheesy and boring. So as composers, we're wanting to walk that line between how much repetition are we giving to create that feeling of stability versus how much different things are we wanting to give to create that feeling of variety. And it's walking that line and blending where you're going to be in there, at least for me, the way that I think about creating music. And I've shared it with a couple people who found it helpful too. That is a useful razor for thinking about when composing. Let's keep cooking. Whoa. to that wah there. Come on now. Oh, interesting. Oh, I have so many thoughts on this. Okay. So, Mysterious, oh, that's funny. So, Mysterious, the masked magician. By the way, if you haven't got that, Mysterious, you get it? All right, anyway, Mysterious, the masked magician, is clearly hiding something and taking us for a walk somehow. Like he's lying, he's hiding something. He's doing something that is like, yeah, he's clearly hiding something. Why do I say that? Okay, I say that because of the change in the rhythm of this music. So the rhythm of this music is actually telling me this person is hiding something. Let me tell you why. So it starts off, we're in 12/8. And we can hear 1 T dot 2 T. I'm going to show this for you. 1 T dot 2 T dot 3 T dot 4 T dot 1 T dot 2 T dot 3 T dot 4 T dot 3 T dot 4 T dot 1 T dot 2 T dot 3 T dot 4 T dot 1 T dot 2 T dot 3 T dot 4 T dot 1 T dot 2 T dot 3 T dot 4 T dot. Still 12/8, and I'm going to explain what 12/8 is in a second for you so you can understand it. Now here's where it changes. Now, when it turns to 4 here, okay. First, all right. What order to go? All right, first I'm gonna explain to you why this is wild here in this 4. So what's wild here is the snare is happening on 1. Typically in 4/4, the snare is gonna happen on 2. So if I count 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You hear that sound, that drum sound, that snare is happening on 1 and 3. Normally that happens on 2 and 4. So first of all, I know something is wrong here in the music because the snare's on 1 and 3. Something is wrong because the snare's happening on 1 and 3. Next, let's understand 12/8 versus 4/4, how they're similar and how they are different, so that you can understand what's happening here in terms of the change up and how I'm saying that this is actually a duplicitous person who's hiding something. Okay, so in 12/8 and 4/4, what makes them the same? All right, so 12/8, 4/4, what makes them the same is they both are going to count 1, 2, 3, 4. They both count 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So on one level, you might say, oh, well, they're pretty similar. Actually, they're radically different once we go below the surface of them both counting 1, 2, 3, 4. And what do I mean by counting 1, 2, 3, 4? Well, if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, and you count 1, like seriously, count 1, 2, 3, 4 out loud with me, you're going to hear that there's a pattern in the music that makes sense every time we go back to 1. Your ear's going to hear it. Even if you know nothing about music, you'll hear it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Type a 4 in the chat if you just counted aloud with me and you can hear, oh yeah, there's a pattern. Every time we go back to 1, it kind of makes sense we're going back to 1. Don't worry about understanding exactly why. Just as long as you can hear it and you can feel it, you're going to be right on track. Okay, now, we're gonna do the same thing over here. We're gonna count to 4. Ready? Count with me. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Again, type 4. If you just counted 1, 2, 3, 4 again with me, and it kind of made sense, even if you know nothing about it, you're like, yeah, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Every time we came back to 1, it felt right that we came back to 1 because there was like these patterns of 4. That when we were counting 4, I could hear the pattern in the music. I was counting 1, 2, 3, 4. It all kind of worked. All right, so that's what's the same about 12/8 and 4/8. Now, what's different about 12/8 and 4/8 is when we count 1, 2, 3, 4, each of these 1, 2, 3, 4s is divided into 3 equal parts in 12/8. Whereas in 4/4, each of these 1, 2 are divided into 2 equal parts. So at the underlying, like inside of the count, inside of the 1, 2, 3, 4, like the machines behind the 1, 2, 3, 4 are totally different machines. They both output 1, 2, 3, 4, but this output has 3 divisions in each side of the, inside of each output. And this output has 2 divisions inside of each output. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 versus 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And that right there, that change between these two, plus with the snare being on 1 and 3, as opposed to where it usually is, usually the snare is on 2 and 4, but it wasn't here in this case. That for me shows something fishy is going on, something duplicitous going on. This person is definitely hiding something. And so that's how we can see with the rhythm, the connection to the music and the connection to the story. Type a 5 in the chat if you're having a nice time. Wow, 902 viewers. This is so cool. Type 902 in the chat if you're having a nice time. Now we'll pull it back 1 second here. All right, so let's break down what's happening there. So we have an A note underpinning everything that's happening. On top of that, we have a 1 to flat 7, back to 1, minor. All right, check it out. All right, that sounds pretty cool. What's happening there? Well, we have an A note underpinning everything, and I'm just going to talk about this using the idea of a harmonized scale. What on earth is a harmonized scale? Well, you know what a scale is from earlier in this stream, so let's talk about what a harmonized scale is, right? So a scale, we're going to have 1, 2, in this case, flat 3, 4, 5, 6, and flat 7. This would be our scale. Now, what happens is, we're going to take from here, from flat 3 on, we'll take from flat 3 on, and we're going to lay it over top. So now we have flat 3, 4, 5, 6, flat 7, 1, 2. Now we can keep layering it on top, and what this means is we're going to play these two notes at the same time. We're going to play these two notes at the same time, 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 these two notes at the same time. We're making a harmony out of the scale. We're stacking the scale on top of itself to harmonize the scale. And what's happening here is we're literally walking up and down a harmonized scale. That's all it is. You're just walking up and down a harmonized scale, keeping the root note, the A, in the bass the entire time as a drone that underpins the harmony of everything else that's going on. Let's keep on rocking. Interesting. Whoa, really interesting. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, what do we hear? We hear this chord progression right here, which we heard. Man, we heard it a minute ago. I was talking to you about the... Yeah, here it is right here. 1, 5, 1 over flat 3 in B minor. And guess what we're hearing here, guys? Same exact start. 1, 5, 1 over flat 3. So we're actually starting to see motifs both in the melody and also in the harmony. Harmonic motifs coming back to, yeah, whether it's a leitmotif, whether it represents a person, place, or thing, I'm not sure because I've not played the game. However, I can tell you for sure, we're starting to hear the same chord progressions come back around maybe representing characters, maybe representing situations, maybe representing feelings, maybe representing, you know, anything. But we're starting to see those come back around. Super cool stuff. Let's keep it rocking. Also A minor and F. True enough. Flat 2 right there. One. Whoop. Nope. It's kind of like a 5-ish. But never mind about that. Oh, love the groove. Again, throughout this OST, just the groove. What do I mean by groove? It's the component pieces and how they work together to create the overall feeling, rhythmically and also to a degree harmonically and melodically, but it's really like the machine of the music coming together is what I mean by the groove. Now, an interesting thing to talk about here when it comes to the chord progression first is this opening chord. Because I've not played that chord since I was playing Cantaloupe Island by Herbie Hancock or Maiden Voyage or something like that. It's like a great chord for modal jazz. And let's understand what it is. So we've got like a 1 minor, well, yeah, it's 1 minor 7, like add 4. But the way it's voiced is totally different. So understand what voicing is. A voicing of the chord is the order that the notes happen in. So for example, this chord, we could have the notes in several orders. So we could have, like what I'm playing right here, we have E flat, A flat, D flat, not B flat, excuse me, D flat, and then G flat. All right, that's one voicing. That's one way of expressing it. Now, we could also have this same chord. We could have E flat, and then the G flat, and then the D flat, and then the A flat as well, which sounds radically different than this. But it's same idea, different notes, different order, different voicing. So that's called a voicing. So we have this interesting jazz voicing. Now, after that, what we have is we have like a 1 minor 7, yeah, a little bit of the sus4 thrown in there, perhaps along the way, and then it does go to that flat 2 that we've talked about before in this stream. If I was going to call one chord well, there's several chord progressions, including the railroad chord progression, but yeah. If I was gonna like, there's like a Japanese, like you hear this music, and yes, there's like a koto in there. Yeah, they're using Japanese instruments. Yes, I get it. And with this chord progression, man, does it sound Japanese. I love it. It sounds so good. All right, let's keep it going. And by the way, you know, I was thinking about this after one of the recent streams we did. We listened to a piece of music. People were like, this sounds Irish. I was like, how cool is it that we can hear different pieces of music and point to a whole chunk of humanity and be like, that chunk of humanity, this sounds like that, like those guys over there. This sounds like those guys over there. Like, what a cool thing to be able to do with music. To actually have such distinct music cultures and music instruments that we can point to different cultures and point to different groups and be like, this sound comes from those people. Now we're gonna use it over here, don't get me wrong, but it's so cool to like point to different cultures and be like, this sound originates from these people, and like it comes from like a mindset and a way of life and like generations speaking things into each other. And it's like, oh, it's so cool that like the output of that in terms of art are such radically different things that we can point to them and understand and hear the difference. All right, let's keep it cooking. Oh my. I'm going to the next one. Oh. Man, I'm having a great time just enjoying some quality music. How about you? Whoa. All right, so the chord progression we heard just there was 1 to 5 minor, to 1 to 5 minor, to 4, to 2, to 5, to 5, back to 1. At least that's the first half of it. Cool stuff. Let's keep rocking. So here, we're basically hanging out on a G7 chord. And it does go to F, back to G7. Hanging out there, that's the main section right there. To the flat 7, and then back to the 1, dominant. Let's keep rocking. I don't know why it still says Detention Center. All right, let's get some more breakdowns happening. We got a little mental break there. Listen to some music. Got a couple more tidbits here for you. Yeah, title's not going to change. If I change it, it'll likely crash the stream. Yeah, next. Listen to that bass. Oh, yes. All right, it's repeating. So let's talk what's happening in the A section. It's like G minor, add 2, minor, sus4, and then the B section 4, 1, 1, 5. And so it goes. Next. We got it. Next. Oh, come on now. Yeah, come on, baby. love that. I love that bass here and the bass here. It's hanging out in this F minor world. So with something like that, there isn't necessarily an F drone going on, but because it's all in F, it does feel droney. Let's keep it cooking. So faster version here, same idea in the melody, and up a whole step. Yeah, bass. All right, it's looping now. So one thing I want to point out to you here, which is a cool idea for how to take a chord progression, which normally looks like this, but actually take this out of the equation. So you have a 1, and then to flat 6, to flat 7, to 5 minor. Now there's a million places you can go from there. But what I want to talk about here is instead of going to flat 7, you still keep the A minor in the top. And you just put the flat 7 in the bass, and then you go to the flat 6, to the 5. And again, you can also make the flat 6 a major 7 chord as well. Works very well there too. But that's an interesting way of still keeping this idea of 1 flat 6, flat 7 down 5. Now 5, you could also make it major. There's a million things you could do with this chord progression. But just thinking about, yeah, putting that flat 7 in the base of the 1. Let's keep cooking. Now, another version of 1 flat 7 flat 6 5 is you leave 5 major, which will be heard right here, which you hear all over the place, so many different OSTs. And let's keep it cooking. Now this is an example of when we actually have a drone in place. Listen to the back, just E flat. And we'll keep it moving. Did you hear that "we"? Politician. Took me a second. No, politician. Like a politician. Like politics. Alright, check out the next one. This is fun. Oh, something totally different. Alright, A flat minor. This is the 1. Now we go to the 5. Minor. And now we're repeating. We're going to cook to the next one. Ah, I remember this one. We've heard this before, right, chat? That or there's another OST that has like literally that same rhythm and melody. That might be another OST too. I think there's another OST that... There's another OST that has this too. Like, not from the Ace Attorney soundtrack. Oh, what an interesting chord progression. Let's take this from the top one time. Oh, maybe not. Whatever. Next. Excuse me. Excuse me. I remember this one. We've heard this before. Yeah, dude. All right, so if we were to like summarize the main gesture of this motif, it's like 1 1 1, which is interesting because it do 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 do. That's 1 1 flat 3 4, and if we go way back in time, we can see the same idea of 1. There we go, flat 3 4. Whereas way back here in the interrogation theme. So we can actually see that the interrogation theme is actually built into Miles Edgeworth's motif, for lack of a better term. So we can actually see the interrogation being played out here. How cool is that? Type a 3 in the chat if that's pretty cool. Also, type a 4 if that's the first time you realize that. out in the wrong key. Interesting chord progression. So we have 1 to flat 6 to 4 minor to 1, to 4 minor to 1 to 5 minor, which I like to call the Careless Whisper turnaround. Yeah, it does sound like everything. Yeah, when it ends on the 5, it always makes me think about Careless Whisper. That's one way you can remember a 5 minor. If it sounds like Careless Whisper is about to start playing, then it's, 5 minor. Let's keep it cooking. Ah, so much suspense. Wow. Now, look, I know this has been a long stream. This is long as I don't know about you. My attention's starting to flag just a little bit here at the end, but we're still picking up some really cool things. And it's not such an attention thing. It's just more like, hey, we done heard it. Now look, some cool things here. 1 flat 2, 1 flat 7. Really interesting chord progression. 1, flat 2, flat 7, to 6, to 5 minor. Really interesting chord progression, especially when you add in like the orchestral flavors in there. Really cool stuff. Let's keep it cooking.
So dramatic.
Oh, wow. Oh, so this is all like the same part of the story, from woman freed to the person freed? Oh, dang. Same key, same chord progression. Wow. Oh, yes. Oh, that is gorgeous. Flat 2 right there. Flat 2. Wow, so dramatic. And still holding that 1 to flat 2 classic chord progression that we've been hearing throughout this OST. There's a C throughout this, and then an E flat on top of it. Because it's so low, that creates friction between the two notes. Oh, interesting. It is repeating. So let's talk about one thing in the chord progression here. We have in the key of A minor, this is only one part of it, but it's A minor, that's the clean sound. A minor to F, D minor to E, that's the 5, back to 1, to flat 6, 4 minor, 5, diminished of 5, excuse me, 7 diminished to 5, then to 5. Really cool passing chord. Delightful stuff. Let's keep it going. Or we could do it, we could call it like add 9 as well. Both of those, add 9s. Alright, it's repeating now. Why is it add 9? So we have a C minor to an F minor, 1 to 4. But we can hear in the arpeggiation, that sound there, that's the 9. That's the 9. That right there, that 2. But because we have the bass down here, 2 will be 9 instead of a 2. Let's keep it going with Wheel of Destiny. Again, E flat over C. Yeah, so we're seeing that there's this motif of being in C minor and then having an E flat happening on top of the C minor at the same time, and this type of dissonance. So it's almost like there's two characters that are pulling against each other, that are disagreeing with each other in the way that they're going about doing things. Is that something that's actually happening in the game? Let me know in the chat. All right, we're repeating. So I'm not going to talk about the introduction of this won the case from each of their victories for Ace Attorney, Sixth Spirit of Justice. What we hear, we're in the key of C. We hear a C major chord, then a C with a flat 7 in the bass, then a 4 chord with the 6 as the lowest note to a flat 6, which creates a descending bass line of scale degree 1, scale degree flat 7, scale degree 6, scale degree flat 6, going down like this. And so we can see the 1 with the 7 in the bass, that's cool. Now this 4 with the 6 in the bass, this is 4 in first inversion. So actually here the 3rd is the lowest note here. Down to the flat 6. Let's keep going with the end credits. Oh, yes. I'm gonna guess Ellen Wyatt is a really sweet person. Walking down the aisle, getting married. Yeah, it sounds sweet. Gorgeous. Oh! Oh! Well, we have not heard a track like this in this entire OST. This is radically different. A lot of it's coming down to those rhythmic figures that are happening. Also, the name and the title, bro. Gorgeous. And we're gonna keep it going. Dude, I love this. This is awesome. Hey, thank you so much for joining me on this Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice first listen. Never heard it before. This was a chunky monkey of a stream. 4 hours, 37 minutes, but we did it. Thank you so much for joining me on this. This is beautiful music to listen to, beautiful company to hang out with. I will see you in the next one. Take care, and goodbye. We're done. Bye.